Boy. How's it going? It's Kumi here. Kumi the boy. The cat. The cat boy. How's everybody doing? Hi, Ardy. Hekuma. Boy. It goes. It goes. Give me a sec. I'm gonna switch the screen. Wait, filter first. What? And then. Hi. Hi. How's it hanging? Pretty good. Pretty good. Ow. Thank you for the cheese. You be good doodling here and there. Sounds like fun. Sounds like fun. I always appreciate Artie's doodles. He can really do the doodle. What did I do? I played a little bit of Path of Exile 2 now that they put out the druid class. It's been pretty interesting. You get 3 different shapeshift forms. You can turn into a bear, wolf, or a dragon. The dragon is kind of weird, but super fun. I haven't made it too far though. But it's pretty fun. Part of me really likes the idea of a good itemization, you know? Like, in Path of Exile, right? You get these like random items. You get the base item, and then you're gonna have like a bunch of different stats on it. And you also have this like these currency items that can also like alter the item. Or maybe they're called, I think they're currency, but they're basically like crafting items. So you can add an extra stat modifier or alter the numbers or whatnot. Change the rarities of items. I kind of love that type of like itemization in a game. It's not too far from what, say, Neo 2 had. It is different, but Neo 2 you could also, the fact that you could change these stats on equipment in Neo 2 was insane. I want to see if they keep that up with the 3rd game coming up next January? No, early February. But the demo comes out late January. Which I'm gonna stream. Thank God, the demo for Neo 3 is also on Steam, which means I can check out the performance. You know? Hopefully it's gonna work good on PC. Right, you can you didn't get to play it on the last test branch, right, Artie? But now it's on PC, so you could actually get your hands on it, and you can try the attack cancels and whatnot with the form shifts. Some people went insane with that stuff. I want to see if they kept that, at least to some extent. So I'm pretty hyped about that. Also, I haven't really worked on the code. I worked on the code we're gonna work. I'm gonna show you in just a bit. I worked on it last week a bunch, but this week I haven't had too much time to work on it, so it's gonna be a refresher for me as well. But I changed some stuff around quite a bit. Hopefully it's more decoupled and also easier to understand. You plan on going to Dokomi Kumi? Is that one of the anime events? I probably won't go, as much as I would love to go to one of those. I currently can't really, you know. can't go. Maybe in the future, though. Hopefully. Because I would love to go to one of those anime conventions. Hello, person I've never seen before. Hello. Genesis Paz. What you doing? We'll be coding today. I just started to stream. We're just catching up here while I set up my other screen here. Bottom. Okay, that should do it. Let me switch this window here too, so I don't have to later fight my PC. How are you doing? Hello, nice meeting you. There's shiny peeps in the group you usually wipe with. That's kind of cool. In anime conventions. Okay, so let me. And for some reason, I have to go to the theater mode to adjust the volume. Interesting. The music you can only hear on Twitch side, unfortunately. Let us code. Okay. Wait. No, that's that's from last time. Give me a sec. Jeff, we don't need you here right now. But I need my... Is it that one? No, that's the background. That one. There we go. Jeff, go back to bed. Exactly. I don't remember where we had the chat. I think chat was here. I shrunk it a little bit and I was to the side of it. Where's me? Where's me? This one? I can shrink myself down just a little bit too so I can see better. That should help. Let's look at the code part and see how that shows up. Yeah, I'm not blocking it. Perfect. Okay. I did a whole bunch of editing here. So this is the enemy controller. This is the base class for the enemy. Let's see, did I change anything here? I decided to add another state that's following. I'll explain that in just a little bit, but it's very adjacent. It's very highly related to moving. Moving and following are just two different mechanisms. Or states. Two different types of movement. I categorized pathfinding here separately. We still have the pathfinding tick and current path time. This one I can edit to change the how long the tick itself is. And this is just the timer that keeps count of how long it's been since the tick. Or yeah, we have the current path. Nav agent, it just references here. We have the follow target transform if we're following something that has a moving dynamic transform. We have current target position and path target positions. And some helper stuff. This isn't super important. This is debugging help. I think I switched the state updates into this parent class from the child classes because everybody needs to do that. And it's this one. Pretty much the same thing. We just tick down the current state time. And depending on which, we do a switch statement for which state we are in. And then we just run that state's update state, which are all at the bottom here. There you go. These are protected virtuals. So the child class, so the enemy grunt for this example, the grunt enemy implements their own behavior there. That's that. Then we also update enemy text helper. Oh, this is the debug path points. Right, so that's all this class does. There's I made a whole region here for pathfinding. Hey, Zerzy. Good to see your Catboy entering his coding art. Your striped coding socks will be in the mail by the end of the month. That's a second pair. How's it going, Cersei? We got a whole bunch of code here. We're going through. Let's see what the... Right, the child class is just calling the base. So the parent class is update, and so is the wake. I think I left these here just because I had them previously. But yeah. And then that's the idle update. It just checks if the player was found. And if the enemy finds a player, I just created this little floating text, custom code. And then it changes the state.
Kumi said, "Let there be code," but nothing came to be, and thus he started coding.
Oh, I like that. Nothing happened, and then I was like, gotta do everything myself. Working on some art at the moment. I saw the little thingy you sent me. That looked amazing. My mind already started running, thinking of like all the possible scenarios you could use that like for, you know. It was super cool. Good stuff. Yeah, the shading. I saw you had an interesting light source there that kind of like casted a non-traditional light. I could say probably. So that was interesting to see. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Right. I use a lot of these comments here just so you don't have to comment everything, but it's just easier because I just look for the green text for if statements especially, and I can just go like oh that one, you know, stuff like that. Oh yeah, that's fair. I really enjoyed that piece though. Looked super cool. Good job, sir. Good job, Cersei. Okay, so this is the planning update. I made a comment here. Use this state to decide the next enemy behavior. This is the thing that determines everything, basically. You can never have too many if else statements. It's true. What do we do here? First, we check if player is in attack range. And then I put this here. This isn't implemented, but over here, you're supposed to check if the attack is not on cooldown. So this is just to check if you can attack. If you can, it's going to set the current state time to however long the attack is going to take, and it's going to take us to attacking state. And I just create a little floating text attack for 3 seconds. And then we return. Because we attacked, we return, so we're not executing anything else after that. But if this didn't happen, then we might not need later. Right, this is for checking if the timer went down. But I might not need this later. But here's where we implement the plan. There's no plan currently. The only plan is we just go to the follow target. We go to the following state. We assign follow target transform to as player. And we're going to be in that state for 3 seconds. And change the state to there. Then we go over here. This is the whole thing. It's broken up by this part, which is we check if we have a follow target transform. This is if I like forgot to assign it or something. If there is no follow target transform, then we do a little debug log warning, no follow target transform assigned, returning to the planning state. And then we just return to the planning state. If we do have it, we have a current, where it set the current target position as the follow target transforms position. It smells like Unity. You do not miss this part of the game making process. Visual coding with Unreal is so convenient. Yeah, I'm using Unity, but I don't know. I kind of prefer using code. Myself, at least. But yeah, that's a stat. After that, we run all the exit conditions. Like, should we leave the state? First, we check, are we close enough to our target? I have this custom thingy, returns true if target is within distance. We give it a target position and a distance. If we are, we go to planning, back to planning state. I can always make these go to any state I want, depending. But and then we return. So the return always exits the whole like update loop or block. And what's next? Oh, no target transform. I wrote the target. I wrote this. Do I need this? Because I kind of like went back and forth. I might not need this part because we already check if we have no target transform there. But this is current target position, target min, check distance. Right, this is checking if we reached the target. If target is within reach, because this is the follow statement. The target min check distance is, are we exactly on top of that location we want to go to? I don't think we need this one. But I'll leave it there for now. Then we have a temporary check various attack state. This could be like, we can use the attack checks in this state. Like if for example, if an attack is off cooldown, maybe we can do it here. Or we just go back to planning state and figure it out there. Who knows? And finally, has state time ended? Have we been too long in this state? Then we go back to planning. Anytime we leave this though, I'm assigning follow target transform back to null. So next time we come back here, it doesn't like use that for this and mess things up. But that's the whole thing. After, so, right, if no exit conditions happened, then we do pathfinding update and then we move the enemy. But only then. And those are in the parent class because every one of these needs to, every enemy needs a pathfinding update and a move update. This is a whole bunch of if statements. I don't know if this is the best logic, but right, pathfinding update. Are we on a valid path? Yes. If we're, then we check, are we at the corner 1? So the next corner. If we are at corner 1, then we just calculate the new path and return. I should also say we assign it to the target path position at the same time when we calculate it. Are we on a valid path? Are we at corner 1? No, not at corner 1. Then we set that as the target. And then, oh, right, this one returns. So if we calculate the path, this returns because I don't want any of the others happening after that. But then if we're not at the corner 1, then after that, this happens. Is path time tick happening? Has it been long enough for the enemy to recalculate their path to the player, for example? And then if it has, first we tick down the time, then we check. Oh, I just realized it doesn't get ticked down if we never reach here. I'll put a comment there. Do I need to move this? Path, tick, calculate a new precision return. Then this is the iffy part. We are not on a valid path. So we calculate a new path. Then we check, are we at corner 1? Right, we did. This is the same thing as here. We are at corner 1, so we calculate a new path and return. But this is the weird part that I really can't get working. But it's we're not on a valid path. We're not. Right, we calculate the path and then we check, are we at corner 1? No. Wait, no, it's not that. Did I change the location? No, that still works. Oh, I do it inside the calculate path to target. So calculate path is Unity's own nav mesh agent thingy. It returns a Boolean if you can complete a path or a partial path to target. If you're outside the nav mesh where the path is calculated, then this happens, but this doesn't work yet. I try returning a sample position on nav mesh, which is this code here. Hi Bastion, how's it going? I'm doing pretty good. Just doing some coding today for game making. Hope you're doing good. The sample position, I just get a sample position and I out the hit. I return the hit position. I don't know if you're supposed to use it like that. Maybe not. But it's not super important, because if I'm like outside the nav mesh, it will throw me an error, but as soon as I go back in, it just works. So it's not like super important yet. I did write that it doesn't work currently. Right here. Yeah. Get hit, take damage, perish. Loading texts, helper functions at the bottom, all that. Just got banged in Night Rain. What were you fighting? What was you fighting at? And let's see the game in usage now. Adele. Was he the Gabin Maw? I think that's Adele. The little lightning dragon, or huge lightning dragon. That's the gaping jaw. Oh, right. You follow me. Every time you see that floating text on here, that's when the new path is being calculated. There's a lot of calls in corners, so I might have to redo the code for that part. But for now, that works. And if he reaches me, attack. 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 The floating text does not turn toward the camera though, so it's not a billboard. But this works as positioning now, which is pretty nice. I think I practice like the gaping maw. I never remember which one it is. In Night Rain, he whooped our ass so many times, so we just learned to fight, you know, the hard way. And now he's one of my favorite bosses. I do have to say, I don't particularly like any of the final bosses, except for the Dreadlord, which is the final DLC one. That's a fun fight. You love playing the Undertaker is it's definitely my favorite class. Scholar is fun too, but not solo. You need like a party you can support with that. I think the easiest time I've had playing that was I played Scholar with 2 Undertakers. Too good. Sorry about that. I was taking off my hoodie. Okay. L2 spam. With the starting weapon, I don't really use that. I usually switch my weapon out as soon as I can to any blue I get. So I immediately just abandon my starting weapon. Oh, you mean the right. Ultimate. Yeah. It's too good. It's too good. What do we do next? We have the movement logic. Next, the enemy would have to go. Oh, right. I wanted to kind of do. I forgot to ask Artie, did you. It's okay if you haven't, but did you happen to draw the speed line effects? Or a sword, like I asked? It's fine if you haven't. You haven't? Okay. Because with that, I could do like the thingy. You just whip it up on the go. Ah, that works. I think. All I would need is the some sort of a sword, probably, or a stick. Maybe what are these goblins wearing? It's like a stick. I'm thinking straight speed line effects. I could just like make them rotate around the enemy. Wait, I need to open paint as well so I can draw stuff for myself. Give me a sec. Good old paint. Let's make this a little bigger. Bam. So it's not super low resolution. Which one is it? This one? No, it's not white text. Don't worry. I like using orange a lot here. But basically I want to do like, if this is the... Wait, let's get the enemy color. That's the enemy with the little devil horns. They're gonna spawn in a sword or whatever stick weapon they have, like that. And then I will just do like, I guess the speed lines would be like this, however you want to do that. And then I would just like rotate that sword from their center, you know, around them. If that makes sense. And that's how they would attack. The speed line would just like follow, I guess just follow the effect or the sword. But you can have them separate, so I can just, you know, do it from there. From top down, it would look like this. if that's the enemy, his little horns, he's facing that way. The sword would come, say, over here. Let me use a different color. Sword would be here, and I would just rotate it from the center like this. That's a full spin in this example. And then the effect speed lines would just follow the sword, creating a fake sense of movement. But yeah, I can probably start working on that. Let's open this one here bigger, and well, the enemy needs it. Is the enemy of, it's not a prefab yet. We have mesh offset. Do we factor in the mesh offset, or should it be on like inside it? Let's go in here. Maybe we try it outside of it. So I'll make a new empty, and this is gonna be called, let's call it weapon. Does it matter it's at the bottom here? No. Or maybe. Let me put a little cube there just as a, you know, temporary thing. And I'll shrink it so it's about the size of what it should be. Maybe that. And then I'll just make it longer. Not the Y, but we'll use the X-axis. 1.5. That should work. This one is casting a shadow, which is gonna look super weird though. I do wonder if the weapon has to be the offset. No. It's gonna be the weapon, and then this cube is gonna be... But sometimes we want, like, for example, let me put it here. Sometimes we would want to rotate this weapon like upward as well, maybe. Or if it's like a stab, then we would do that. I keep thinking if we need multiple controls for this. We could always instantiate the weapon, but I kind of want to have it centered on the enemy. So the enemy would have that. Unless there's two different weapons. Like one for the overhead slash. Unless this is just controlled from that spot. No, sometimes they need it like, say at this height, if it's like a weapon. The overhead slash wouldn't rotate from there, it would rotate from a different spot. Maybe we don't worry about overhead just yet. Let's just focus on this one first. Let's also make it that, let's make that cube a little flatter. Like that. And it's the weapon we're gonna... We have no animation on them though. I wonder if we could do this, like spawn it in. No. Like they would like charge it up and then swing. I kind of don't like it that way. I kind of want it more... the sprite should have the animation where it's like readying up, right? And then once it's ready, it's just gonna do that animation. Also, it's gonna be I don't know. I don't even know if we need the like weapon specifically for the animation. Maybe the speed line effect itself would be enough. We're gonna see how that looks. But my current idea is I'm gonna separate the weapon from the model whenever they attack. You send it over? Thank you, Erdy. Ooh, thank you. Okay, give me a sec. Shoot, hold on. I'm not sure what screen this is gonna open up in, so give me just a sec. I have to do something crazy on stream and I have to open my Discord. Okay, that one. That one. Okay. We'll go back. Then I can save image as. Where did I put this? This PC. Unity project. Assets and stuff. Hey, I found it. Okay. Let's save that one. And then over here, we're gonna go sprite. Import new asset. This is the build, so we go back here. Wait, one more. We go assets and stuff, and then we grab those two. Bam. Now these two need some editing. I need to. Hold on, did I change those into? Yeah, I made them sprite and UI. Sprite 2D and UI. Sprite mode, single. And we want to change the no filter mode and compression to none. There we go. And to draw these, I'm using sprite renderer. So this cube instead is gonna get a sprite. Can't add component to cube because it conflicts with the existing mesh filter. Ah, they can't have both? Okay, well, let's remove that. Actually, let's delete that. Can I make a sprite renderer? Panel, canvas, image. 2D object. Let's make empty. Sprite renderer. Hi DG, how's it going? How goes the coding stuff? It's going pretty well. I would say, probably, most likely. Hey Yubi, how you doing? Also, thank you for the lurk, Akuma. Also, is it always useful to have two weapons equipped since there's no fat roll, etc.? Yes, you always wanna. The weapons you find in Night Rain, you want to get as many of them as you can, fill all 6 slots, because they give you secondary effects that you want to get. They might give you like, what would be a good example? Some of them are like consecutive attacks reduce damage taken, or if you have this weapon in your offhand, or if you attack with this weapon, it's gonna heal you. Like all kinds of like critical damage increase, what have you. And those work even if you don't have it equipped. There's a couple that you need to actually equip, and it's usually indicated by a red square around the effect, or a white one if you have it equipped. There's one icon for you if you need it in your hand. That's it. You got it, Artie. So there's like an hand icon indicator if you need it in your hand. Yeah. For the effect to work. But most of the effects don't need it to be, you don't even have to have them equipped, so just pick all the weapons up you can, pretty much. You can skip some that you don't really need though. But yeah. Also, random tip, always eat the boluses you find, because those last the entire mission and they stack. So if you find like 3 poison boluses, you get permanent poison resistance. +3. But yeah. This is gonna be weapon. Let's call it. Right. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff they don't really go in depth with, so you kind of have to figure it out on your own, unfortunately. Material. Where do I put the sprite? How did that work? Oh, it goes at the top here. Sorry, I'm blind. There's this. Oh my god. How much did I scale these down? Wait. Oh no, you just you just made them insanely huge, Artie. Gotcha. It's just a little bigger than the goblin. But that's fine, I can scale them. No, that's fine. I think I can go here and go pixels per unit. And let's try making it 10. Wait, no, I have to increase it, so let's make it 1,000. Hey, look at that, that should work. I'm assuming this is made in the same size. We're gonna see that in a bit. Now we have our weapon sprite. I'm thinking this is gonna be rotated 90 degrees. And then slightly, not a full 90 degrees sideways, but more like, sorry, 75 maybe. That should give it a nice angle. Wait, no, that might mess things up. If the sword is like here, and now we rotate it, right? It's gonna become too parallel, or like more parallel in this angle towards the camera. So we might have to make it a full 90. Spinning attack. Anyway, I wonder if did you do me art with no stick, Gabo no stick? Can't remember. That's fine. He's gonna summon a magical sword out of his ass. We didn't really plan it this far, huh? Okay. This should really be an animation, though, probably. Sword of trembling, it shakes. It do the shake. You can also slap with it. Bonk, bonk. Psh, psh. Let's see how that looks in this one. Looks pretty nice. Fidget spinner. Overhead looks a little weird because it goes full flat, but that's fair. How should I approach this one? Making an animation might be easy. Let's go back to the drawing board, because when they swing, right, I won't be using like colliders or anything to check the hit. Here's the hilt of the sword. Looks a little... Anyway. So say the attack starts from there and ends like roughly there, right? How would I check this shape? Would the attack check like forward? Like that. And then compare the angle. If the player is there, if the target is there, if it hit. Because I think the enemy is the one who's gonna check if the target got hit. If it hit something inside there. The problem is it's a very weird shape. Also, I'm thinking it's gonna check that player position immediately. So if I'm like there, and the attack is there, that's gonna be it. Like it's gonna be such an almost instantaneous swing. I know how to check the distance from the player, which is minus them in reverse order. So player position minus that position gives us a vector towards it. And we can check its magnitude if it's like within this distance. Angle is a little different. Because we know the attack's forward angle. And we can make a vector towards the player if he's here, for example. Do we just check the angle between those two? I think that's it. We get two vectors and we check the angle between those two. But is it the same number if you're on that side versus if you're on this side? So my idea is first check the distance, perfect mouse writing, and then we check angle. Angel. We can do that. I think every enemy... Do they need different methods of figuring out if they hit? Say they do an AoE. Is it the AoE itself that checks the hit? So if an enemy casts a special, like a, let's say like a lobs a fireball there, then I think it's the fireball that checks the radius and not the enemy. The enemy doesn't care about that. But the enemy does have to see if the... Unless I create a system where every attack, like even the enemy who swings his sword, just leaves the attack here. It's like an attack event that gets created. And the event itself checks if something got hit. That could be an interesting approach. It would be reusable, I think. All it would need is either a location or a direction for an attack. So there would be 2 different variations. Now they all need a location. That's the origin point. They would need a, let's go pause. They would need a position for all of them. That's the origin point. Then they would need, I can only think of like a Boolean for checking out if it's like all around radius. Or do I even need that? What if I just provide like position and then angle? If I just give it 360 angle, that would be 360. And the direction wouldn't matter. They would need a position, angle, and let's put that back in. And distance. Position, pad. They need a pad system. But what if, let's think for a scenario where if I lob a fireball here, what if it bounces like 3 times? Right? No, I think it's still the spell itself creating those events. That would be like, let's call it S. That's the spell. The spell itself is like calculating how many bounces it has left. Boing, boing, boing. And then every time it bounces, we could even customize the spell so that every bounce leaves a smaller, like, distance, I guess. Maybe we should call that radius instead of a distance. Cut the distance. That could work. So we have like attack events. That's the A event. Perfectly typed. How do people write with mouse? That's impossible. Right. What about the effect it leaves? Or does that matter? Maybe that's a separate. Like if it leaves a visual effect here, maybe that's a separate thing. For example, let's say this is like a delayed fireball, right? Let me use a different color. So if this is a delayed fireball, you lob one here. What if this like starts creating like an increasing AoE until it pops? So it's like a delayed effect. And for all of these 3. Is it the attack event that creates the delay? No. Because it does need an animation. The attack event is just a numerical thing. It just checks if something happened. Maybe it's more like an attack check event. Or attack hit event. Attack hit event check. Too much. But the fireball, when it bounces there, it would leave a specific art for that. With its own behavior. And I think that would just be like a sub spell probably. I think that could work that this spell leaves sub spells there, or like other spells. Oh my god, this would work as a system where you could just tie any other spell to that. So the enemy could lob whatever like fireball forward, and each one of those lobs could leave like whatever spell I want to leave there. Highly customizable, probably. In theory. It's starting to remind me of Path of Exile now. Did the stream die? Uh-oh. Did it? Hello. It doesn't see I dropped any frames. Okay. Ooh. Welcome back, Cersei. Welcome back. I'm gonna do that next. It's just Twitch being Twitch. Yup. Right, if that's what we want to do, I think I would need a non-mana behavior class. But I don't remember how to do the constructors for those. So Unity, C#. Let me bring this over here because I'm doing Googling. Oops. Unity C#. Construct non-mana behavior class. Or maybe it's like not that, but like class constructor. Let's just look at this first one. Custom component, aka mana behavior derived objects, can't have parameters in its constructor and can't be created manually with new. Components are part of strategy design pattern and can only be created with a component. The usual classes not derived from mana behavior, there's no problem creating them with the usual way with new. Right. So you do it with, you do class, my class, and then, oh, you do a public my class method for it. I guess that's the constructor. And then this is outside my class MC, and you do new my class. Right, that's how you do them. And I'm assuming it's gonna only, if I don't cache this, it's gonna be, I don't have to, like, it's gonna be auto garbage collected. So it's just gonna be, it's gonna only exist inside any given block, I think. That's what I wanted to see. Okay, let's go back to script. Let's make a folder so we can call this, let's call these attacks. What should we call this? Attack check event. I kind of like that because that's what it's doing. Attack check. Not to be confused with the Unity events, but you know. I think I won't probably. Attack check event. It is not a mana behavior, so we do that. It is a public class, and I think we go public. I mean, it doesn't have anything yet, but this is gonna need a public. Does it need a public? Can a constructor access private parts? Let's see. Private float. This would be radius. We need a private vector 3 for position. What's the last one we needed? Angle? How do we use an angle? Do we use float for it? I think so. I'll put it up here. Private float angle. I'll put this one at the top though, because that's usually the first one I want to do. So let's see, public attack check event. Oh my god, the auto fill up is so nice. Oh my god, look at that. So this is gonna accept the vector 3 position, float radius, and float angle. And then it's gonna assign them there. I think this works. Now what this actually does is, I think there's no delay to this. I don't think we ever need to do delay with this. So this is only gonna check, we have to add an interface. Wait, how do I add? Can I add interfaces to non-mono behavior? Let's double check that. Can I add interfaces to non-mono behavior classes? Shouldn't I be able to do that? Because did I call it hittable? Let's see if I can just blast that in there. Oh, maybe it's, oh, it might need that double. Like this. Does not implement interface get hit. No, actually this one doesn't need it. This is just like searching for it. Right. Okay. Silly me. We need should we just do it in so that's a constructor. I'm assuming this happens even before awake, probably. Maybe. No, wait, this awake is a Unity one. Does this have an update? I can't use updates. I just realized. It's a non-mono behavior. This puts a little hitch in my plan. Doesn't have awakes or nothing because that's too Unity. No, that's just the function. I didn't think of this. I didn't even consider this. With the floating text, I mean, I do the same thing, sorta. Maybe we just... the issue is I'm creating it. We could have it be like an empty scriptable, not scriptable, prefab. We could have it be an empty prefab, just like the floating text here, but it's just data. Shouldn't I be able to compare? But we don't know what's inside it, that's the problem. And we need to check what's inside it, so it has to be monobehavior, I think. Right. Can I still use this to construct it though? I assume so. Let me redo that though, because it's not blue. Still not blue. That's fine. State is called every frame if the monobehavior is enabled. State is empty. But it is not like update, it's more if it's only being run once. What's the difference between start and update? Start is called just before any of the update methods. That's fine. Start works for our purposes. At start, we're gonna check if it's probably wherever. But now it means we're gonna spawn something in the world. I'm kind of curious. Let's see if I go to like the grunt here, for example. Go to the attack code here. Because it's a public class. Can we go like attack check event ACE equals new attack check event. I can add that to it. Is it even required? There's no argument given. It is even required. But we can't, Does this even work? Wait. How does this work? Because we're not instantiating it, but we're already giving it stuff. Can we just instantiate it and then let's try this. I'm still learning here. Let's try doing public void test. Can we just give it a position, say like vector 3.0, radius of 1 and angle of 90? Can I go dot test? I can't. Cannot convert type void to attack check event. Component attack check event should not be instantiated directly. Instead, it's saying I should add it to a game object. Okay, that makes sense. That does make sense. I kind of want to create a system that just checks what's inside the attack that happened without knowing what's in there, so it could hit anything. It could hit like a box or player or other enemies if we so choose. But do I really have to instantiate that? Another option, I don't know if it's a good idea, but would be I could have like a singleton that handles all of this. Like you just give it a position and it checks if any. No, it would still have to. Actually, even more than that. I just realized we're not doing any collision checks to even find anything that we can hit. So I think our issue here is more like, let's go back here. So there's nothing we could, like, what I did here assumes we know what the target is. So we know a position we're comparing to. You know, like even if this one lands here, it's supposed to know if the target is inside there, like the coordinates for it, so it can compare them. But what I need to do is I actually have to like check if something's in there. So I might have to do like one of the sphere checks, the light one, from the enemy, for example. Even though if it's that cone, I would have to do a check on all of that and return all the eye-hittable objects, and then do comparison if they. Yeah, I think I have to do that. So I generally don't like using singletons. I would rather just have something spawn and just destroy itself once it's done with the attack check. Maybe we do instantiate it as a prefab then. That's at least somewhat light. I think that's not a bad idea. Okay, so every enemy should have access to that state stuff. I was thinking I need the prefab for it, but let's just put it like at the bottom here. Protected, so the child has access to it. It's going to be a protected attack check event. No. It's going to be a game object because we're going to make a prefab out of it. And it's going to be called attack check prefab. Right, now this is going to be a prefab. It's going to be mono behavior. We're still going to build this. Can we build this? I think what happens is we have to do what I did with the floating text here. We actually have to get its component. Can we build it? Yes, we can, as Bob once said. And as someone also said, if you build it, he will come. Shh, shh, shh. And that's what I'm gonna do. I don't know how heavy it is to get a component. I wonder if I can. Well, I tried instantiating. I could instantiate a game object. What if I do that? What if we have a game object, obj, and it's gonna be. Wait, do we even have to? What if we just do instantiate game object, and the game object original is gonna be attack check prefab. Can we go dot? No, does it still have that? No, we would have to go dot get component attack check event dot test. That works. We could run that immediately. We could, I don't know if it's better, but instead of getting the component, which is slightly more heavy, we could make a super tiny script on it that just has a reference to that child. It's kind of... No, wait, no, we can't do that because it's just a game object and we don't have any access to it. This might be the lightweightest way of doing it. Also, can we construct it here? Let's see. Zero, 1F, 1F. No overload for method get component takes two. Oh. Would I put it in here? I've never seen anyone do that. Non-invocable member attack cannot be used like a method. Right. So if we want to fill it, we can't use this constructor here, but we would rather need this. It wouldn't even need a start. It would just need a... check attack. And that is gonna accept these. I don't know if we need any of these above ones now, but let's see. All we would have to do is... First, we need to create... Let me go back to the player because I want to see which one I used. Sphere check, movement. I used overlap sphere. That's the one I used, overlap sphere. We could actually copy this whole script here and just go to it there. So we're going to do an array of colliders called hit colliders. And we're going to run physics.overlap sphere. And anything we find, we're going to put in there. Now, overlap sphere takes a position, and the position is going to be the position we gave. So position, and the radius is going to be the radius we gave. That's fine. It can return everything for now. That's fine. Like no, regardless of collision layers or tags or anything. And now everything we found there, we're gonna, for each collider call in hit colliders, we're gonna go try get component iHitable. And if we get it, out hit. Hit.getHit. That target is gonna get hit. Actually, we can't do it like this. We have to remove that part. I think the meat of the meat of the code is gonna go here. This is where we have to check if they are in range. Is the collider inside given attack area? And this is where we would check it. And I think after all of this, we're just gonna go destroy. Oh, the one other thing this is gonna need a position, radius, angle, and finally an int for maybe int or float. Let's go int. Damage. We're gonna need that for future. What does get hit do? It calls take damage for 10, but I think this get hit also needs to. Can these have parameters? They can. Okay, perfect. It's gonna receive an int damage. Thank you for the health check. Hydrate Bish. Thank you. I still have my music pretty loud, actually. Let me lower it just a little bit. Thank you. $223. Where did time go? Okay, we have to fix a whole bunch of these now. So, enemy controller, for example. Public void get hit. Int damage. They're gonna get hit by damage. We can just like push it forward. And then take damage is gonna take int damage. The player currently isn't getting hit. Wait. Hit get hit. Right, this is the one calling it, so it's gonna be for, let's say 10, because player doesn't have damage. Oh, no, not F, because it's a int. It's not a float. And the enemy doesn't currently hit. I think that's the only one we had to change. And then over here as well. So hit. Is gonna get hit by the damage that it's just so weird to think when, you know, like this script, this one that calls it here doesn't define the damage. The one inside that doesn't define the damage. This one doesn't, like this one is the damage, but something else is gonna define that. So it's like always some previous one. Right. For destroy, we're gonna say lowercase game object. So it's the game object, this component is attached to. And so we're gonna like, we don't need these now. It's gonna be as simple as that. We spawn this in, we immediately do check attack, which is the only thing it has. And it's gonna do the collider check. Is anything in radius? Although we already spawned this in a position. No, actually, you know what this would do? We could spawn everything at world origin because we don't care where it gets spawned. And then, because we already give it a position where to check. Right, so we don't need that. This works perfectly. We're gonna spawn this in, we're gonna do the physics overlap sphere in a given position and radius. And any hitables we found, so objects that have the interface hitable, what do we do with those? They get hit by damage, but that needs to be under an if statement, if they're in range. Well, okay, look at the drawing. We pretty much know the radius is now covered just by the, I would say radius is covered just by being inside the sphere because we use that same like angle or, sorry, radius here for that. So that should be covered. We know he's in range, or the target is in range. Next, we would check if it's inside the angle. We check position, which is this. We check radius, which is that. And then angle, finally, which would be that. And how do we check that? We actually need, I think we need one more here, and it's going to be direction. We need a position for the attack. We need a vector 3 direction for the attack. Hi, Katone. How cute, you make great art in paint. Thank you. This is just me drawing with mouse, trying to find my logic for what I'm doing. How's it going, Katone? Very professional. Okay. So we have a direction. The player is here. We compare this direction with the direction from the position to that. Okay. I'm pretty good as well. Going back to this code is a little weird after a week of not working on this, but you know. Thank you for the raid. Hey, Jack Noble. The gremlins have escaped. How's it going? Thank you for the raid. Oh, thank you. I was just gonna. You were playing My Friendly Neighborhood. I don't know that game. How's it going? Hey. It sounds really familiar, though. Thank you for the read. I'm gonna enlarge myself super quick. Give me a sec. Hi. Wait, now I'm in the way of the chat. I slide. Hi. Welcome, everybody. My name is Komikizu. I'm a silly, shiny, synth cat boy. I stream a variety of games, but today I'm doing some coding. Some amateur video game dev. It's very amateur. But yeah. Welcome. The puppet one? Like an FPS game where you shoot the Muppet-looking puppets. Puppets that huck you to death as you use guns that turn paper with letters on into big metal letters to knock them out. That sounds wild. What the heck? I already knows that game though. Thank you for the rate, but if you need to get water, you know, the self-care post-stream stuff, please do. Please do. It's very important to take care of yourself. But I do appreciate the rate. Thank you very much. Did we do a... We can do a shout... Did we do a shout-out already? Or did we do the SO command? I think we did the SO command. Give me a sec. I can type that in. There we go. I have to double check because I'm using 2 keyboards here. There we go. Also, if you return to an area, they get back up unless you tie them up with duct tape. However, they will still chat away without a care in the world. There's bondage in that? What the heck kind of game is that? Okay. Anyway, I shall shrink back into my corner. Too small. I forgot where I was. Over here? A little bit more smaller so I don't cover the, you know, the code too much. No. You limited supply, so you got to pick which ones. Ooh, okay. That sounds like fun. Actually, I should probably check that game out. We're doing some coding today to a very tiny game I'm trying to make. I'm not a professional like I mentioned, but I dabble in coding and I really like it. So I want to try my best and see what happens. What do we do here? We have to cache the, let's do, is it a vector? Yeah, it's vector 3 target direction, which is gonna be it's almost that, but not quite the one it's trying to give me. You're doing better than me, I think. I don't know about that. I have to Google a lot of stuff still. Like how to construct a non-mono behavior class, because I don't remember. I don't remember it. Google is normal. I do hear that a lot of devs do Google like stuff because I'm interested in, not like this, I don't want to copy people, but I want to see what people do for certain things. And of course I have to Google like how to use certain like functions, I guess. I have to Google the API a lot too. Learning by doing. Exactly, Akuma. That's how I like doing it. That's what I like doing. You should take the Google AI answers with a grain of salt, but it is great for Google, like for checking like quick references on how it might use things. Not you don't necessarily want to copy that, but you might want to see like certain ways it would give you answers on how to use this thing you're trying to achieve. I mean, I know some people like straight up copy that too, but you know. Yeah, a lot of people still do research that. Exactly. And even, I would say, even if you copy someone, as long as you write it yourself, you're gonna take something away from it, you know? Yeah, AI is best at pointing you in a direction. That is a very good way of putting it. Hey Zayo, how's it going? How's it going, Zayo? I hope you had a fun stream. What were you doing? You were playing League of Legends. Ooh, a game I have never actually tried. Hope you're doing well. Let me give you a shout out quick. Hold on, I have to use my other keyboard. Did I type that right? Shout out. Yes. Bam, there you go. But yeah, I hope you had a fun stream. Also, if you need to get water, food, drinks, rest, feel free to do that. Of course, it's important to tend to the self-care post-stream stuff. Very important. Very important. You tried LOL a few times? 5 stream week done. Let's go. Good job, Sayo. Good girl. Okay, go get some sleep. Thank you for the raid, Sayo. I really appreciate it. For the raiders, welcome. My name is Kumikizu. I'm a silly, shiny synth cat boy. I stream a variety of stuff, but today we're focusing on coding. I'm not a professional video game developer by any means, but I dabble in this, and it's something I really enjoy. I try to explain stuff as I go along, at least my thought process, but you know, yeah, welcome. Feel free to stick around if this is your kind of thing. Okay, let me read a bit. My first time with it, my friend said, "You're really shit at this game," even though it was my first time playing that first game. That's some great friends you got there, Artie. Oh no. You ended up in that boat looking how to make a screen resolution changer. A lot of Unity and Unreal users in forums were like, it's impossible to do in the engine, despite there being numerous schemes I've seen it in from those engines. Like just a basic like screen resolution? Shouldn't that be possible? What are people saying? Or are you talking about like your desktop resolution? Or the like the application's resolution changing? You're no longer friends with that group? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Right. So target direction. It's always the opposite. So we have to take the collisions. Oh, that's caps lock. We have to take the collisions position minus the position where we did this from. So position. We cache that. Now we have target direction. Right, the application resolution. I think that's supposed to be changeable. Aren't there like a ton of games that let you do that anyway? That was weird. Wait. Where do I do the thingy? Right, it is. Yeah, I was like, what the heck? Some people just, maybe they just don't know better. Maybe that's it. I don't know. Anyway, now we have two directions. Let me whip out the. Let me whip out the. This one. Now we have target direction. Let me use purple for this. We have target direction. And we have our own forward direction, which is going to be orange for the attack. Now we just compare the angles of those. I don't think attacks, this is a top-down game, so I don't think attacks can happen. I mean, there's the overhead slash. Let me just draw it over here. There is the overhead slash. But you're not really jumping over anything. Even an overhead slash is more like, are you in... Right. Even an overhead slash would only check if something's over here. Even if the enemy does like a multi-attack, you know, like swings the like a heavy sword back, I would do an attack check there. Probably. Or from here probably to there. And then if the attack continues to a swing to the front, it would do it another check over there. Hi Iha, how's it going? Out of curiosity, what type of game is being made? It is an action game. Here's my... Oh god, it has errors. This is the... What's the word I'm looking for? Standalone, stand in place, placeholder, art that RD provided me graciously. Hold on, I can't really show it to you now because we have errors on the script. Or do we have errors on the script? Enemy grunt has an error. Where do you have an error? Attack check event. Oh, it's the one we wrote over here. Check attack. Needs a position and all that. Let's just comment that for now, because we don't need that. It's fun to draw silly goblins. Bless you, Artie, for making them. Currently, the splines tool has been a thorn in my side. Splines tool sounds familiar. I can't remember what exactly that was. It sounds familiar. Also, this game is very early stages so far. So we have those two. Now we compare. How do we compare their angle? Google to the rescue. How to compare the angle between two vectors. To compare angles between vectors you can use vector.angle for the smallest unsigned angle, or vector signed angle for directed angle. Ooh, so we would use just the angle. Okay, let's see how that works. Vector 3. This could probably be a if vector 3.angle. There's an angle between. Deprecated, that's old. Calculates the angle between two vectors. It returns a float. Ooh. Draw a line and you can create things along it. Oh. Like little dots and balls or orbs. From this would be our direction and to target direction. Roads, fences, and stuff. Right. Oh my god. When you mentioned roads and fences, my mind immediately went to the was it Manor Lords? The town building one? That is it's so pretty. That game is so pretty. Like just building a little medieval city and just running along there. This is just damn. It smells like my your nightmare dot product. No, it's gonna be fine. Whatever even happened with Manor Lords? I think it got some updates. I haven't gone back to it, but I think it got a bunch of updates from what I could tell. What's the issue here? Oh, this is in a... So if that number is... Hi, Nano. Thank you for the cheese. Sup, nerd? What's up? We're doing some coding. Hi. You had a programming teacher that made you do dot product manually? Manually? Oh god. Just woke up, sleep is fucked. Oh no. Did you get some sleep at least? I hope you're not feeling too tired. Good morning. I think this angle is supposed to be smaller than the given one. No, smaller or equals. Smaller or equals to our given angle. I think my only issue here is, should the target direction be... It is the... Slept like a stone, got like 9 hours. Hey, that's good at least. That's good. Should I zero that so the angle is like... No. No, we're just gonna go with that. If there's some issue where the enemy starts floating, then calculations are gonna be fucked anyway. You know. So dot all over the product. Is it easier to do with just that? Let me see what that return it. Calculates the dot product of two three-dimensional vectors defined in the same coordinate space. Oh right, the left hand and the right hand. I forgot what the S means. Sign. So I don't know any other S words. It's direction. Slurp. Yes. Left hand slurp and right hand slurp. That's the Unity's building dot product system. Should this should work too, right? I think this should still work. Because I'm just comparing it to an angle. Only one way to find out. That's true. Does this need anything else? I don't think so. There's a relationship between the dot product and the angle of vectors mathematically. Mathematically. Right. Let's look at this. We need to provide it a position for the attack, a direction, a float radius. I'll write the visual scripting here. We don't need that. That was a mistake. Radius, angle, int. Currently, I can't get hit, but we could do something about that. The cosine of the angle between two vectors is equal to the dot product of this vectors divided by the product of vector magnitude. A times b divided by... Oh my god. Yeah, I'm glad I have the vectors, vector trees and whatnot, because math is not my strong suit. I could sort of understand what's happening there, but not really. Okay. Oh, let's go make the prefab quick. So let's make a new empty reset transform. They're gonna be called attack check event. What is this called? Loading canvas. Right. And you're gonna have attack check event script on you, and you're gonna become a prefab, and then I can delete you from there. You had to do this on pen and paper in a programming class. Ow! Did you pass? I hope you passed. That sounds like nightmare. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Wait, hold on. My nose is getting itchy. Nope. Nope. No finals test is ever fun. Yeah. Pressure. Okay, let's see. Attack check prefab. For this example, we're just gonna position is gonna be the enemy. This is the enemy grunt, so it's gonna be transform that position. Direction is gonna be ooh, let's make it so that this enemy only hits the right side so we can test it. So it's gonna be vector 3 dot right. Shorthand for writing 100. In world, I think that's in world coordinates. Yeah, that's the position, that's the direction. Next we need the radius, which is gonna be 1.5. And next we need an angle 90 and damage. We're gonna send 10 for now. This is for to test this. There was more skills building for when you don't have the engine. It was painful being the slowest, and then I shot past the rest of the class with main programming. Yo. Destroyed the others with main programming. The things pressure makes you do. I sat there and when rereading my answers, I was like, how in the fuck can the piston have a bigger diameter than the cylinder bore? How that possible? You know, I don't think anybody talks about it, but physics and engineering is magic. Math is magic. Math wasn't quite mathing. It did not math today. It did not matter. What else do we need? The enemy needs a prefab reference for now, just so we can test it. It's not serialized. Let's go back. Where are you? Serialized field, your code. Meth was not mething today. Indeed. It's at the top there. We shove that in there. Now it should technically spawn it on its own spot and attack the right side. Oh, we need some kind of test object for it because our player doesn't take damage. We're indestructible. And for that, I suppose we could make a... Let's make a new script and call it test dummy. This could be good for like any practice dummies I want to just, add, I suppose. Brain requires eeps, maybe cuties. Okay, get some good sleep, Akuma. Sleep well. Dream of pistons that, fit the cylinder bores. Sleep well. Okay. Test dummy. Yeah, let's open that. You're gonna have an eye hittable. And all you're gonna do is let's implement that. This isn't gonna take any damage, so we're just gonna go debug.log. Hold on. Game object dot name to string plus space took. There's an easier way of doing this with the $sign that I have still not learned. Wait, maybe we should check that up. Let's check that up. That's good to learn. String with $sign. Let's see if there's someone posting a picture. No one doing that. No one's doing that. No, oh shit. Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Gemini. This is how you do it. $. There's like display game stats. $, then brackets. Everything is in brackets. You have a little thing you can do for the editor view, but gonna double check out that part before I sure. This is what you're looking for. Log $, sentence clear. Sentence is clear. Oh, if I want to have some, like, what are these brackets? These are for the like members, right? Oh, okay. Thank you. That helps a ton. So instead of that, I could go the log, and it's all in the. Wait, it's before that, right? So $, before that. And then I can go like, this would be I think this is a variable, so this should be in brackets. And it would be game object dot name. Wait, do I even have to do to string? No. And then I would go space plus, wait, no plus is needed. Space took. That's outside the took, and then I do these ones, and I go damage. That's outside damage. Yeah. Let's go. I was wondering how people do those, but that's super cool. That's easier to write too, I would say. And easier to read too, I would say, also. That's all that's gonna do, so we can test it. Appreciate the help though. I think I've used that once maybe before, so I don't really remember that. And now let's make a little testing dummy. I'll just get like a cube. Let's do a box. Let's call it dummy box. And you're gonna have, wait, test dummy script. You do need your collider. I'm just gonna move you. I want them to be, I think it's 0.5 of the ground, so they're flat on the ground. You can just be like somewhere there. 0.5 minus 4.5. Bam. Let's see how that works. No errors. Attack did happen. Have to lure him in. Oh god. Hold on. Something horrible has happened. The object of has been destroyed, but you're still trying to access it. What happened? Oh my god, it deleted itself. Oh no. I didn't consider that. It didn't. Oh my god. Hold on. Huh. Dilemma. So hold on. We have to stop them from hitting both each other, themselves. Yeah, just those. Themselves and each other. Unless there's attacks that are supposed to hit each other. Now, how do I tackle this one? I could do, I don't know if I want to do tags. I could do layer checks. If you want a little optimization, you can do something like this. Realize field bool logs enabled. String message. If logs enabled, debug log message. That way you can turn them off by script, and you only need to call log with the string. Ooh. Just a little shorter one. Wait, would I have to do that for every script? Or does that work across the board? String message. Just create a script template. Oh. I can try that. That would be faster to write these, right? But wait, could I still differentiate between, because sometimes I want to use the warning. I guess that's still possible. Because sometimes I don't generally do the log warnings myself, but sometimes I like using the log error. This is error. The red one is error, but sometimes I like using the log warnings if it's like something I kind of need to find in the midst of this infinite console error thing. Although I think you can just show specific ones here too if you need to. But yeah. Remember doing programming tests on a paper, and I was just looking at the guy like, the fuck is the point, my dude? The point is he gets to watch you do it. Maybe. maybe it's not one of those types of cases. Actually, I do wonder about this whole. But yeah, I could try making the template though. I'm kind of interested in that. You can also change the color of text itself. Something like this, color your message. Really? That's actually pretty cool. If you failed, you could win a passing grade if you beat him in PES game. This is interesting. Oh, templates require sniffing in the editor files themselves. I'm a little, that is a little gray area for me. I do like the idea of it though. So Kumi, I just used a win in Far Cry 5. Oh, did you just yelled into his mic? Oh no. I hope they weren't too mad. Like Meek, like peak. Wait, Mike peeking, yelling. I'm assuming. Okay, wait, hold on. So let's go back here. I need to figure this out with my amazing drawing here. Okay. Let's see. I think it's too much if I start like requiring even more stuff to be added. This already has position, direction, radius, angle, damage. I could also have like I could have it send itself, so it's like ignore this. But then what about every enemy? Unless it's just like booleans I give like here, like, and the code itself is gonna check that. But they would have to check if it's maybe they would have to check tags. Because I think the interface can't have any parameters. So I can't put a boolean here and say like enemy or, you know, object. How would I do that? How would I? I guess tag is one of the easier ones. Unless we check the layer. Because I could have enemies in the layer. And certain attacks could like... I think that's easier. Let's send in one layer. Both the player and objects that can be hit would be in the same layer. That's like the... That would be like the combined layer that the enemy can attack to. Can make a take damage type method in the interface. I think that's what we did. I made an iHittable. This might need 2 T's actually, now that I think about it, but we have a public abstract get hit that takes damage. And then anything that implements that just needs the, you know, like overwrite that, I think. That's how we're handling this part. But I'm just thinking... I think I want to finally, after damage, I want to add a layer mask. I'll just call it layer. And we're going to check... Ooh, I think I can include the layer in probably the overlap sphere. Layer. Ooh, it was that easy. So now we only check items in the layer that we give this function. And I think the rest should work. Now, I think the only thing that's implementing that currently is the enemy grunt. It's giving me an error because it needs something. It needs the layer, which we actually don't have yet. So Let's go back to Unity. Dummy box is gonna be layer at layer. Let's use the, I like to leave a little gap there, so let's use the 8. And we're gonna call this I don't know if we should separate these. I don't think interfaces need the abstract keyword, but it doesn't matter. You might be right. This is the, you know, my first thought process was it needs that, so I just did it, and it worked. So I never went back to check if it, you know, really needed that or not. Oh well. Let's call this like player. You can have spaces on these, it looks like. Did you read them? Okay. Is it a bad thing to have it there then? Player and object. I don't know if that's a good naming convention. Also, I don't know if you can have multiple different layers. But we're going to do that, and this is going to be on the layer, player, and that. And let's go also check the, I think it's in project settings. Well, that's tiny. Hold on. Is it even here? Physics? Layer, collision, matrix. Matrix, there we go. Okay. Player and objects. It shouldn't collide with nor raycast. I think it only needs default itself. You have an interactable one that is just like void primary interact and works fine. So I'm guessing you don't even need the override then. Interestingly, which one is it that implements it for me? Let's quickly check that. None of them. Wait. It's the parent class. Is that why I made it that? No. Where is that? Where did I put it? No, this is, I'm not even, it's not even override. It's just, okay. I think I'm good to, making it that. Okay. Right, okay. If you have that set to only default, then you will need to call it layer mask. I think I have to take the default off. Because I only want ignore raycast. It says ignore raycast. But it can collide with itself. I think if I have it like this, it should that work? It should detect that. If the default is off, it will fall through the map. I think it's fine because this one doesn't have a rigid body or anything. So it's just like a point in space. I'm just doing like a separate layer check to see if that specifically got hit. But I don't know if is that the smartest idea? Hmm. So I would have to leave. Basically, if I don't, right, I would have to. No, I think that's right. I would probably want to have the default on at still. Or maybe all of these. And just keep that layer. And we would also add a. That's the player. And let's call this the enemy layer. Now we have two different layers. And this dummy box would be player and object. Player is on default, so it doesn't matter. The enemy could be... Does the enemy have a... It doesn't really have a... This is the navmas agent and the character controller, which I think returns as a collider still. It at least did for me. So I could just have the parent one here. Right, okay, that makes more sense. I was like, for some reason I was thinking I would have to disable the interaction with the other layers, but no, that doesn't make sense because I'm already checking it on a specific layer. Right. No, not for the child, only this object. I could put the player in there too. Although, no, the player doesn't have a functionality for taking damage yet. Does he? No, he doesn't, but actually that should still work, right? Because this is checking if the collider has the thing implemented, which the player doesn't. So that should still work. We can have the player be a player layer. He also has a capsule collider and a character controller. No, this object only. So now the editor is set. Now the issue is this needs the layer mask, and this is just going to attack on layer mask dot can I just use string? Maybe not. String to layer mask. Maybe I need to use like layer mask dot. Oh god, I'm pressing all the wrong buttons. Hold on. Layer mask dot get mask. Name to layer. Given a layer name returns the layer index as defined by either a built-in or user layer in the dot. Get mask. Given a set of layer names. Name layer to name, name to layer. Given a layer number, given a layer name. Name to layer. Player and object string. This is so long. I mean, it works. What I could do here is I could break this down. I could put this on the other line. Like that. Also, another thing sometimes I've seen people do is they break this down and then they just go like, you know, like that. I'm missing one bracket. Also, if you want to use tags, you can do something like string tags and call if tags contains collision tag. I was thinking of using tags as well. Which one is more lightweight though? I guess if I use a specific layer for checking, then it wouldn't return too many colliders. Like the ground and whatnot. But tags is cheaper in the system, right? This makes me think. So what we could do is over here, we could just check the tags, right? It will still hit everything either way, so calling back won't matter. Ah. Is that how that works? Okay. I guess that makes sense. It has to hit everything regardless. Because it has to check if that's in this layer, right? Probably. I think tags might be cheaper then. Not that I would have to like super worry about performance. Thank you. Postpone, I don't need an update. Layer mask is better for raycast as you are telling what it can't hit. We thought layer mask were more performant. What was the less of them? Let's see what Google says. let's just ask Gemini here. In Unity C#, which is more performant, less performant, more performant. Layer masks or tags? Layer masks are significantly more performant than tags in Unity, especially for physics operations and frequent code checks. Performance difference stems from how each is implemented. Layer masks use bitwise operations on integers. Oh! Comparing layers involves very fast integer bit mask check, which is extremely efficient for the computer's processor. The physics engine is optimized to use this system to filter interactions at a low level. Tags use string comparisons, even with the optimized compare tag method, while compare tag avoids some memory allocation overhead of equals for strings. It is still inherently slower than a simple integer bit mask operation. That's actually interesting. I thought the tags were more performant. That's kind of cool. I guess we're gonna stick with that then. What do we need to change then? We got We got... No, I think this is fine. We just add the layer. And this is like, I don't know if this is the one I want to use though, maybe. Because it needs a layer mask, and I think I can just give that in any way, either integer or name. So maybe that is fine. Name to layer. It's gonna give the int. Although I kind of want to put all of these in the same row. Oh, there we go. Or should I put the dot on the next row? Would that look more cleaner? Dot check. I like that more. So that's like the first part. And then you're like dot check attack. And then, you know, you see that. Be absolutely sure we probably make two scenes. One that only uses tags, another that only uses layer mask. 200% be sure. That's true. It was an AI answer, so you should, you know, take those with a grain of salt. But I'm just surprised that it went as far as to say that it's like, what did it say? Like, significantly more performant. But like, what it explains here makes sense, because if it's like bit mask comparison compared to string comparisons, like that in itself should be more performant, I think. Right, for checks, that's fair. Yeah, for physics. I don't know which would be more performant in my case, because I'm using the layer as the physics layer check. Like, as I do the overlap sphere. But the other option would be, I would just compare the tags here. But I guess that's fine. We can test with that. Now that we have the two tags separated, I think everything works. Hi, Cheeky Games. Morning. Good morning. Hi. Follow me. Attack me. Did it print that out? Arrived near planning points. I don't think it did. It's not giving errors either. What is the premise? It's going to be a top-down action game. It's very much in the early stages. Starting sphere check, entering attack state. It's not logging that. It is clearly hitting it. Arrived near target transform. Let me double check we had the dummy box. It has a box collider. It has the test dummy script, which should, upon calling this, should do that. The layer for that box is also the... Maybe I need to change the layer method. For the grunt. What other options did we have? Layer mask dot get mask. Given a set of layer names as defined by either equals. I think it's that though. Get mask. Given a set of layer names. Name to layer. That should have worked though. String layer name. Player and object. Did it? Let's double check it had the S in the end. Player and object. It does. Let's do some debugging here. Let's make sure this gets called. Debug.log. I'll do warning so we can see that better from the, we can isolate them to the second tab. Attack check. Then we copy this. For each. If collider had target component hittable, and we out the hit. Actually, we do use it here for the final bit. So I could go hittable collider found. And then we could do one more here. Calling get hit. Let's see if any of those happen. Attack check. Maybe the range is the issue. He is doing attacks, but it's only doing an attack check. He's only doing that. It's never going to that. Hittable. Test dummy does have that, so it should find that, I think. That's how I did it for the previous ones, at least. Try get component. Radius. What did we give it for radius? Maybe it's too small. 1.5. Maybe with 2. I think we put 2 there. Vector 3 right for direction. But we don't really care about the direction at that point. This is just doing the overlap sphere. What? Thank you. Thank you for feeding me. Precious calcium for the brain and bones. Compared to overlap sphere, non-analog is not allocating memory. What does that mean? computes and stores colliders touching or inside the sphere into a provider buffer. Returns the amount of collider stored into the results buffer. Where's the layer problem? Results. What's the diff? Wait, what? This is the first time I've seen this. Query trigger interaction. Oh my lord. You have to provide the buffer yourself? Ah. Okay. I think for this, I'm just gonna stick with this one. But what's the problem here? We give it a position, we give it a radius. Let's double check I didn't accidentally mess up the projection matrix. Or collision matrix, sorry. No, it's all there. They're ignoring raycasts, but that does that matter? No, it's on default as well. What if we provide it with just, let's just try like number 8. Number 8. This one would be 8. Okay. Number 8. You're not attacking. I mean, you are attacking, but you're not exactly hitting that target. I refuse to believe it's because of the position. So what is the issue then? State time has ended. It should be the correct layer. Layer mask. Float radius. I mean, I could... Is it because I'm providing the layer mask instead of an int? Now I'm providing it with a lint. Pocket lint go. I hope it's not that, but let's see. Maybe.
Rolf and Mims Piggy sang at the Game Awards. Let's go.
Let's go. I can't drop. Oh, how go? How go? Attack. You craven. Attack. Attack me. It's so hard to test this. Entering attack state. No, it's not doing it. You can create a serialized layer mask variable and set into... Ooh, okay, let me try that. That's a cool feature. We'll do it in... Let's do it in the parent class. We'll put it in the helpers. Serialized field. What the? Private layer mask. Layer mask. You forgot the underscore. Be good at your fourth session of your Pokemon Tabletop United game today with some pals, and then you're playing Halo 3 with S'more tonight. Ooh. That sounds like fun. Okay, so we do that, and then we're gonna go back here and use that here. Underscore layer mask. I didn't make it protected, hold on. Okay. Now it should be very specifically that. If I click on the enemy. Layer mask. Layer and objects. It's very, very specifically that now. Oh my god. Dummy box took 10 damage. Let's go. So it was some kind of weird issue with not getting the correct layer. You don't need to worry about typing private. It's private by default, even as a serialized field. I know that, but this is just my, you know. I actually know that. It's just I prefer writing that, you know, like as a, I don't know, clarity. Cute character quirk, maybe. I don't know, but you know how it goes. Oh right, I was wondering if you can select multiple. Let me see. Oh my god, this is exactly what I was. This makes me think if the attacks themselves should have the layers, which I'm thinking they should. So they should have like an array of layers or something, or a list, right? So the attack should like provide this with is it considered a list in this example? I suppose. Layer mask specifies layers. One layer mask can represent multiple layers. Okay. Right. I get it. So, But does it work for calling or using it for physics check? I suppose it's asking for an int, like, I wonder if that works for multiple. Was that my issue? I didn't like specify one. I don't know. And we've had a few days. How do you think this year's Game Awards compares to last year's? I think we had less cringe. They definitely know what they're doing now, you know? But I still think they kind of were missing some of the big surprises, you know? They didn't have those like huge, like even, you know, the last game they showed, the 5v5 hero shooter. Why the hell was that the final game? He hyped that the most. A lot of people are disappointed about that. Like not another hero shooter. I don't know. Either Star Wars or hell, just put the Larian game there last. You were teasing that with the statue. And when you tweet that variable, it will use it there. Okay. I could do that then. You may want to look up the concept of bit field if you want a better understanding of what a layer mask is. I could look at that. Such when Game Awards don't have cringe. For real. I did enjoy it though. There were games I'm interested in, of course. But I don't know, just the last one was so weird. Yeah, Jeff did try to sell it so much already. Made me feel a little bad for the devs, honestly. Where you put the comments for variables, you can do this. Header debugging, it will separate the editor. Okay. Now my question is, does it work if I do them at separate locations? I know I've used that sometimes when I want to like separate the stuff for like titles, but if I use one here, say like the bottom would be debugging and the top one would be debugging, but then the middle is something else. I guess it like categorizes them correctly. That's pretty cool actually. So I don't really need to categorize them here per se. I'm also assuming I can place them before them, just like the serialized field, like here, probably. Because the code doesn't generally care if it's like one row or the next. Right. I think, wasn't there another one you can use? It's like space or something, if you wanted to leave like a little space or like a gap between the exposed ones. If you put it above the section, it is more of a general spoiler. Oh, right, like the everything below that goes underneath it, I guess, until the next one that is something else. That's super cool. I guess I could do it here. I want to split these. I could go like header. Does it just take the... No. It needs the brackets. I'll just type helpers. Bam. I don't necessarily need the comment there anymore, but you know. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I want to see how that looks now. Ooh, right there, you can see it did that, and then everything else is below it. Did I eat today? I did. I actually heated I was kind of like running low on food, so I heated a pizza before stream. I need to go buy more food. Your boy running out. He running out of food. So I just ate a frozen pizza. Was it yummy? It was pretty yummy. It had one weird spot I didn't want to eat though. It had like this black gooey spot, and I was like, that doesn't look like it's supposed to be there, so I just didn't eat around that part, just to be safe. That was weird. Grocery shopping stream. I'm sure no one will recognize where I live. You know. Hey, what's up? Epic Elemental Gamer, how's it going? I'm doing pretty good. We're doing some beginner game making here. To various success. So I was thinking we could do So instead of an int, this should take the layer mask. So I was gonna look up the bit field for the, let's see, Unity C# bit field for layer mask. This might be a bright site. Avert your eyes. It might be, yeah, it's really bright. Game object can up to, and the editor, the first 8 layers are specified by Unity. Bit masks represent the 32 layers and define them as true or false. Each bit mask describes whether the layer is used. As an example, bit 5 can be set to 1. True. This will allow the user use of the built-in water setting. Each layer is shown with the string setting. As an example, built-in layer 0 is set as default. New named layers are added above bit mask layer 8. Selected game object will show the chosen layer at the top right. The following example, array cat physics sends array into the world. Camera main can rotate around the axis of our array. Does this go in depth into the bit mask? Get axis, get key. No, it's just the right. Implicitly converts an integer to layer mask. Layer mask.layer mask. Converts an int to a layer mask and prints all the layer names. Layer mask 3. This line is the key to this example. Layer mask equals numbers. Number. Right, it's gonna loop through and just do that, right? Okay. That didn't really answer the one I was looking for, but the bit shifting. Okay, so it's just an int with the bit flagging, right? So if I accept this, this still only accepts an int, but that should work, right? If it doesn't give me any errors, I'm pretty sure it would give me an error if it didn't accept that. Layer mask is basically an int array of the layers. In a way, I think, because you can select multiple, but I think the editor lets you just bit flag it, so you can edit the bits in the Boolean. No, not Boolean. In the int? In the Boolean? Maybe it auto converts that. I don't know. But yeah, I was thinking this is gonna send that entire layer mask and read that, and then an attack which would happen somewhere would determine the layer. That's also something I haven't done yet is, let me go back to the drawing board. Let's back down a little bit. So what I'm thinking is the enemy is gonna have a list of attacks it can use. So I'll just go like attack 1, attack 2, and attack 3 for this example. And then these would be different ones. Like this would be like an overhead. This would be a frontal slash. And then maybe the final one is like a stab. These could be the examples, for example. You can also use the dot value variable. Dot value? Layer mask. Oh, you mean like dot converts a layer mask value to an integer value. Oh, I didn't know this existed. Layer mask value to an integer value. That's what I need for this. That should work, right? I send it the layer mask, which is the combined. That could help. It is doing exactly what I kind of needed to, which is because the overlap sphere accepts an int, an integer, and I'm sending it a layer mask. But if I like specifically change it, converts a layer mask value to an integer value. So this should work. Thank you for that. That should help. But okay. I'm thinking these attacks would have different stuff inside them. Kind of like, for example, if this attack hits a certain layer, or maybe it's something else that implements that. Let's think of an extreme case where an enemy always attacks, you know, like not their own, but only like this would be like the let's call this is gonna attack the it was 8, right? That was the player layer, and 9 was enemy. So it's gonna attack the 8 layer. But what if the enemy gets, for some reason, for example, gets blinded? Now he can hit even the allies. So there would be something that would affect the layer mask. Maybe that's the enemy itself. It would have to give like 2 different options for it. Either the attack would hit just that, or both. Or maybe only this one, or only the 9 if it gets like, for example, I don't know if these are features. I'm just thinking ahead. What if the enemy gets charmed? Little heart. Then it should only hit this one, right? So like that. But the enemy is the one that determines this, not the attack itself. But I think certain attacks themselves should still, like, for example, if somebody lobs this fireball. Wait, now, is there any reason why enemies would hit each other by default? No. They would always hit the default layer. Like, even if someone lobs a fireball and just goes like, boom, 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 they would do that. Even if someone like a big enemy rushes forward, like dashes through other enemies, would they get hit? Maybe they would, but they wouldn't take damage. That would also need it, like a knockback feature or something. There's a lot to consider here. I'm thinking the attacks themselves would be like possible scriptable objects that I could just drill, you know, and use the data from them. If you have them on their own layer, you can turn off self-hitting in the physics menu. That is also true. Brain. I'm thinking it's still the enemy that determines the layer. No, it would have to be the attack. I think the attack determines the initial layer. But if someone's charging, is that even an attack check? Technically, but wouldn't that mean it would have to check for attacks every layer? Boom, 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 boom. Although if someone's charging, maybe I just handle that differently. No, it still needs that check. Unless it's like if enter collider or something. Enter trigger. Enter collider. But I don't think it's too expensive if I just do like an overlap sphere on that. But that's still part of the attack itself. The damage, the attack check is still happening separately. So the attack itself could still, this is like the functionality as well, the attack. I don't know if this can be scriptable objects now that I think about it. Unless the data container for the attack itself is a scriptable object, but then the attack I populate is something. No, that also doesn't make sense because I would have to have multiple different types of attacks. Is it just better to custom write those? Probably. I could still pull some like general data from them. Like, for example, if they have an icon, if they have that, and then, you know, like damage, etc., etc. Although if they have like multi-damage, then oh my god, video game making is so complex when you get down to it. I guess like RPG or action is more complex if you go to like the number dwelling deep dive into numbers. They do need a list of attacks. I don't want to, those are not going to be, I don't think there's any reason for them to be prefabs. But they, or do they? They technically almost have to be prefabs. Maybe. Because I do have to access them on a behavior and I have to instantiate them. Because they might have to, like, once a spell is lobbed, for example, then that spell has to start living its own life until it ends. So it has to be instantiated. I think same with melee attacks. Say there's like a combo attack that the enemy does, like swipe, swipe, stab, for example. I think that would be like one attack. It's always doing that 3 combo in a row. But that's different, right? Because that's like controlling the enemy. Spell, for example, the enemy just lobs and then the spell lives its own life. This is where some people would use the animation tree, probably. I've seen people use that for states and whatnot, but I just have a state time I'm going to set. That's going to be the duration of the attack. And it is going to play an animation on the sprite. Do I actually... Thinking long term, I might have to use the animation tree if I'm using sprites, because I assume that's how you control sprite animation. Maybe that's just one of the ways. Thinking phase. Thinking phase. You can create a public method at the end of the animation. You can call the method itself. That could work. And I could set that public method as the attack check, for example. Or I guess I could even do that like in the middle of it or in the beginning of it. Probably. It's how you it's part of how you handle dealing with the door colliders. Are your door colliders like instantly snapping after the door is open, or are they moving with the door itself? I can see snapping being super useful if like the animation for opening them is just the animation and you're locked and then you just snap them open. I can see that being like super useful. But you could just call it after the animation ends. Although I swear in some game, maybe Neo, when you're opening doors, you could like dodge and... No, was it Neo? You could dodge while opening doors and you could start running before they're fully opened. So I think those cases they actually had physics, like they were like physics moved or like position moved and not just snapped open. Retoggling is trigger on the door opening and turning off at the end of for closing. Oh, that's pretty smart. There's so much my brain is going through right now. I think I wanna... We do need the attack, and that's gonna... Let's try to break this down once more. We need the attack, and the attack itself is gonna have, for example, the... Oh, that's what I don't know. If I want to use the sprite animation. As a part of GameDev, you will find that doors are the pain aesthetic, open and moving with them. I feel like the staticness is probably the... I wonder if you can just have like the static door. Here's my idea for the door problem. I don't know if it's a smart idea, but from the top down, for example. Say here's like the walls. Like that. If you say like open like a double door, right? Would it make sense that you would... Because they would open like this, right? Or maybe they wouldn't... You couldn't push them open like that, so they would open like that. Would it make sense that, like, say in a game where you could get to the other side too before opening them, because then they couldn't have that collider there. Would it make sense that the collision would be like this, and then as you start moving them, they would get replaced by a dynamic collider, or like something you can move, and then I don't know if this works, but could you just, once they're open, could you just replace them with static colliders you had there already in place? If that makes sense. No, but you're right. If you're using nav mesh, wouldn't it need to like recalculate everything? staying put. You just swap them into is trigger until they close again. Oh. I just wonder if you had like these already here, but they were like disabled. And you would have the closed ones there already, and those were disabled too. And then once you start pushing it open, you would replace them with the third one that is not static. And then once you're done opening them, you would replace the doors with these static ones. So you would have 2 sets of static and 1 non-static. Is that too much? Is that going overboard? I don't know. There's an MS collider component that can live carve. Ooh. So they could like reflect that on the fly, probably. Let me actually, I haven't done too much search on the, whatchamacallit, the sprite renderer. So where should I handle sprite renderer animations? It's probably the animation tree. Is it better to use sprite swapping or animations? It's pretty old, but that's, oh god, that's too old. Let's ask Gemini. Using the animator component and the animator controllers. Oh, right, that's it. What it's called. This is a standard, most efficient, and recommended method for handling 2D sprites. Alternative approach, manual C# scripting. While the animator is generally preferred, you can bypass it and manually control sprite swapping in the C# script for simple needs or highly specific performance critical systems. In this manual approach, you would use an update method to manage a timer and cycle through an array of sprites. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I like this. Although, no, you can exit animations in the animator. I know that. General Unity Animator, general 2D games, complex state machines, smooth blending between animations. I don't know what that means for pixel art or sprite animations. Integration with other animation systems. Like, how do you smoothly blend between 2 animated sprite layers? I don't know. Toggle collider. Is trigger equals not is trigger. Like a little toggle script with magic powers. Let's see this example. You would create an animation clip using the animation window and the Unity editor. These clips specifically keyframe the sprite property of a sprite renderer component to cycle through different sprites from a sprite sheet. Use an animator controller. Animator component uses an animator controller asset to manage the flow and transitions between different animation clips. Example, transitioning from idle to running to jumping. The issue is I already have that in code, but I guess I could do like half implementations between these. Unless this turns out to be way better than my thingy and I would just move to it. But let's see. And then in your C script, you interact with the animator component, not the sprite renderer, directly for animation playback. I guess I would still use that for swapping directions, probably. Aren't pixel animations croppy by default? Croppy? Maybe? I think some people yeah, they only have so many pixels, so I don't know how they like smoothly transition that. Are they just gonna give me custom sprites for in-betweens? I know pixel art sprites are usually, I think one of the methods is they're like all in a sprite sheet, like one picture, and then you just like assign the slots for them, like the tiles, I guess. And then you just assign what tiles to use for which animation. Like that's one way of doing it. Yeah, because that's what I've seen a lot, and that's what I've actually like dabbled with myself too. Like, I haven't made games that way myself, but I've, you know, like when you do custom, you ever done like played a sprite game and imported custom sprites to it? That. You may want to look into shaders if you want to make them look fancy. I think I will definitely. I think shaders is something I'm super interested in, especially because I sort of want to have like the environment light affect the pixels. Like I want to do that. Or the sprites themselves. So if there's like a torch on a wall or something like a light source, then that should like slightly make the sprite glow as well. So I will definitely at some point, not yet though, but at some point I will look into implementing the shader stuff too. You do a sprite sheet and then you use the animator from what I've seen from Unity's own stuff. Yeah, that's what I've seen too. Don't underestimate the power of people's eyes to fill in the gaps of an animation. That's true. I've seen like some fighting games especially where sometimes the animations are a little choppy, but you know, your eyes work wonders there. Let's see what this does, for example. To get the component, they just go animator to set trigger jump. To control which animation state is active based on game logic, player input, movement speed, health. Right. Right, like little effects. Little effects, and also what's what calls it, those smear frames and whatnot, if you want to convey speed and you know, all that cool stuff. Okay, so we should definitely probably look into that, although I don't have any animations yet. But we could look into that super quick. So if I go to the enemy here, he should probably have a animator. Animator. He needs a controller. Where do I put that? Is that gonna be in? Let's make a folder. Animations. Create animation controller. Let's say this is the these probably can't derive from each other. So I'm guessing they each need their own, probably. Unless they all fit inside one. No, there's overrides. I think I saw overrides. And enemy animation controller. I think I saw animator override controller. Ooh. What do I do with this? Open. What is this? Actually, this looks familiar. At 5000% blur. The blur frames. Use the same variables, and that's the only part that matters, right? So I think this is where parameters are. Bam, 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 bam. I guess each enemy could have their own. Let me see what that override actually does super quick. Let's call this an grunt controller. What does this do? Controller. I put it over there. Huh. Overwrite list is empty. What does it mean? What does it create state? New state. We call it attack. Now what if I click this? Do I have to save these? No. What do I override? Maybe they need an animation. Motion. I have no motions. Oh, override server adding multiple layers of animation, like running and aiming. Override controllers themselves are a mystery to me, as they are not the same as normal overrides as far as I'm aware. Could it be? I'm not sure if this is the case, but would this work like a derived class where I implement the animations in this one instead? Like I could replace animations with this. Maybe? Because it does take the parent or original controller. I'm guessing with this you could like override animations, kind of like what I'm doing with my script, like just the parent enemy controller and then the enemy grunt, where I implement the specific stuff. I'm not sure if that's the case though. So BRB. Okay, RD. Gotcha. So they said that's the layers. That's where I would put like something. But in parameters, I would add trigger. Trigger? This would be like attack 1. Replace clips. Look at the docs. It's more of an animation controller variant. Ooh. Okay. So technically, I think you could The functionality is different, but you could like do attack 1 attack, like 5 attack states. And then depending what you want your enemy to do, you could like implement as many as you want to have of them. You know, like a grunt could only use 3 of them. A heavy enemy could use like 4 or 5 of them. Or 4 of them, and then a boss could use all 5. Maybe. I'm assuming motion is the actual animation. Doesn't say the type here though. Like this one. I see it shows up here. It says that it's empty currently, but I guess it's because I don't have any animations inside there. It's just an animation clip? Okay. Let me see what this one said. It said, create an animation clip. Define it. Animation clips using the animation window in Unity editor. These clips specifically keyframe the sprite property of the sprite renderer to cycle through different sprites from a sprite sheet. So I would need a sprite sheet, right? We can only half implement this now because I don't have animations. Animation window? Window. Animation. Oh, let's put it. Can I dock you in here? What? Maybe that's not the best place for it. Maybe it should be like over here. In the bottom. And then I would click any of these. I guess I would just click the enemy sprite. And then I would create animation clip. And I would call this Gabo test anim. Oh, it added it there. And something called just plain enemy. What's the difference between these? Kumi, guess what I'm eating? Are you eating a pizza? Probably not. Oh, actually, did it just create it automatically? Yeah, it put it as the controller. That's okay, I'm gonna use my own. Delete. You are. Oh my god, hold on. You're eating this? Animation component. Oh, animator component on the game object, then put the controller in there. It will update the animation window. Controllers are the state engine. Clips are the actual animation. Okay, so the reason is I didn't see anything there is because I actually just, that was empty, I think. But now I have that selected. What is this gonna do? It's gonna... How do I edit this? I can't add properties. What the hell? this one into the controller? It's in there. The animation itself is in there. There's transitions. Is this empty? Add behavior. Behavior? Huh. There's so much I don't understand about this. Motion time. If you click attack, you can drag it into the motion slot. Combo test. It's in there. Wait. No, it's not. Oh. What's the difference between these? This is now this is a gray state now. This looks like it became a state of its own right here. Like these are like identical. Right resource. If you want to use a spreadsheet, you will have to replace it later for legal reasons. I just wonder how. I swear I saw the add property there earlier. Oh, I saw it. Combo test. Add property. Sprite renderer. Click. Oh, I have to. Holy shit. Let's get the size. I'm gonna start increasing his size. I'm gonna make him bigger. So I guess these dots are a keyframe. Is this frames or seconds? That's a 1 second. I'm gonna make him fluctuate. Add property. No. To click these. Add key. Add key. Can I? Oh boy. Hey, he should now get bigger and smaller. Preview. No model available. Drag a model into the preview area. Sprite. I'm dragging. It's not working. Into this preview area. Because it doesn't work for 2Ds. Huh. So I could make this loop time and it's gonna entry. Does that mean it just works like that? Motion time. It's looping it. From entry to gold. Oh, wait. Wait, no. Both of them have the same motion there, so it should happen. Right? The enemy it doesn't have an avatar. I don't know if that's important or not. Sorry, these are kind of, hold on, let me shrink some of that. There's the enemy animation controller. And that. Do I have to save this again? No, I live edited that. I hit play here. On for rigged things. I wonder if this is even working, if I'm using it correctly. I am increasing the X and Y size on the sprite, but it's not really doing nothing. Welcome back, Artie. I hope you got some delicious soup. Hi, Marcos. Doing pretty good. How's you? Also, welcome back, DG. Coding's going pretty well. You can turn off looping on the clip itself. Hold on. Animations. Loop time. What if I want him to just loop bigger and smaller? Do I need that on then? You had a coconut cream. Oh my god, coconut cream pie? That sounds delicious. Just chilling. Yo. Chill times. Just you will need a transition with a condition to break him out of it. What if I want him to stay there forever? But for some reason he didn't do it once. Right default? I don't know why. Like I pushed play and I don't see him getting any bigger. I think. No, nothing's happening. But why? Maybe this part doesn't work? What if we add another part? Let's add a property. Let's just adjust the mesh offset transform scale. We're gonna go to the middle and we're gonna key the Y scale. And we're gonna, oh, there we go. Now we play. Okay, I think the sprite size here just doesn't work, probably. At least not the way I thought it would. Remove properties. Okay, let's see now. Yo! Boing. That's scary. Oh my god. Help. It gave it so much life now. What the hell? Help. Scary even. I'm terrified. Okay. That's just for that though. That goblin is growing up to be a menace. For real. The Green Menace. Diamond with the plus will add keyframe for all. Oh, this one? Add keyframe. Oh, that's cool. So if you want to add attack animations or others, go to layers, make a new one, press the cog and turn the weight to 1. So that's what I use layers for. So if I wanted to do that. Wait, what's the difference between layers and states? Okay, good job. Thank you for hanging out. Hope you had a good time. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the day as well. Oh. The bar with the plus is code methods. Whoops. It's like a layer. In 3D? Wait. Actually, I'm not sure. There's substate. Substate machine. I think my brother used these in a way that, like, this is the blending where you can blend different animations, right? Or different states, right? Probably. Layers means you can override part of the character. If you did it only on layer 1, you would be forced to swap animations. I think that's fine. For a sprite-based game, I think that's fine. Because I'm like changing the animations myself, probably. Or wait, do I want to do that? You won't be able to have the stretchy and attack. Oh, that's fine. That's for just for you know. That's just for different purposes. That's just for fun. But I get what you mean though. Like if there's like different states that should like coexist, I think that should be a new layer, right? Probably. Like if an enemy would have like, or would that affect it? Like if an enemy would have like a slow down effect, although that would probably just affect its movement speed in general and not the, no, that should also probably affect the animation. Yeah, like you could split and separate them like that. I like the idea, but we currently have an attack. I think my plan was we would have, well, let's just do like a template here. This would be called idle state. Can I make this the entry? Set as default. Right, that's the entry. And then once the player gets found or whatever, I don't know if I would even have to connect these. I could just, if I'm driving the logic through code. But I have the attack. I'll delete that because I have Gabo test. In VRChat for our toggles, you can't have code swaps. Movement, phase, states, all of that in the same layer. They have to be separate. That's where I actually used them when I was dabbling into that. Thank you for reminding me about that. Yeah, I think those were completely separate layers. Otherwise, they would like not be separate in VRChat example. But it should work here though, right? If I'm using sprites. Because I could test Hmm. If you don't connect Eclipse. Oh, wait, actually, so right. So I'm not connecting with like I'm not controlling which like state we go into. Rather, I'm connecting the parameters like the triggers, for example, or stuff like that, and then those drive the code here separately. This is kind of weird because I'm like half implementing through code, and then this would be like a whole separate thing as well. But I think it's is it easier? Maybe. Let me quickly open this. I'll look at it in the other browser super quick. If there's like a simple animation like sheet I could use, like Iha mentioned. Animation spreadsheet template. These are not what I'm looking for. Oh god. It's not doing what I need. Someone made a free character template. I could try that for testing. Okay, let's try that. You're linking the conditions kind of thing. When that condition is triggered in code, the transition happens. Right. But then this like this has like a mind of its own in a way. I'm just like I'm just my C# script is the enabler. And this guy doesn't care. He just does his own thing if I just like show him green flags. Or something. Anyway. Let's go back to Sprite. And import new asset. This is the art someone made. It said it's a free one you can use. And I will use it for testing so I can see. Let's remove compression. Make sure it's right with multiple. Filter mode none. Extrude edges. I wish I could see the preview of this. What is this install 2D sprite package? The sprite editor window is not available because 2D sprites package is not installed. I suppose I could install it. I think this is the one that lets me edit them. Apply changes. Hey, there we go. Slice. How do I automatic grid by cell size. Ooh, look at that. Oh, I need some padding. Oh, I need a. Oh, Oh shit. How do I remove the padding on that? How do I remove the padding? It's adding padding for all of these, but I just need a center. Is it the trim? No, maybe I just do by cell size count. Pivot. Custom. Center. No, custom pivot. It's not doing anything. Come on. You right click on one, make transition and click the other. Then you click the line, add condition. When the parameter in the list is triggered by your code, then it will do the thing. Right. Add an offset. Ah. Thank you. That helps. I need more. I need about that much. Could I get like a by pixels? How big is this? Doesn't say. It's 554. I don't know how many pixels it's missing. 3? That looks like it's in range. And then Y offset, maybe also 23. It's a really tight sprite sheet, right? Now that's not even inside there. It's fine if it's a little wobbly though, for this example. Oh my god, you're right, that's tight. Is it 5? It's cutting a little bit. That's fine. That's fine. Oh my god. They're not even uniformal. What? What kind of sprite sheet did I get? Wait. Cell count. Wait. Hold on. That's fine. That is close enough. Slice. Did it slice it? It sliced it. Okay, perfect. Now what do we do? Help. Do I have to save this? Apply. Your internet is dying. Oh no. Damn you, internet. Okay. So I have that. Now, Google, help me. This clip specifically keyframe the sprite property of a sprite render. Different sprites. Okay. So I would click this. Okay, it has a bunch of them. right click. Wait, do we go animation? Do I just right click that? Create animation clip. Let's call it man test. What do I? Okay. Okay. How do I edit this? How do I? Gotcha, Jack. Don't worry about it. I'll be here, trying to figure this out. Dope sheet. Oh, that's pretty dope. Add event keyframe. Man test. Does this guy need to be in the... Maybe he needs to be in the field. Let's try that. Let's create a UI image. That's now in the middle of the screen, but that's fine. It's going to be in the bottom of the screens as overlaying the thingy, but that's fine. Actually, no, that's not what I need. I need the sprite renderer. Sprite renderer. And the sprite is just going to be, I think, all of that. To begin animating game object, okay, so this is going to be test man. Create an animator and an animation clip. Create animation controller. Test. Hello. Test man. Now I have this. Create an animation clip. Create. Test man. Okay, now I have access to this. And now I go sprite renderer. Sprite? Wait, let's see what the Google said. These clips specifically keyframe the sprite property of a sprite renderer. Sprite renderer. Right. Huh. Hi, Andric. Everything's going well today, and have a great day with enjoying these beautiful Kitty Kumi and beautiful person Artie. Hope everything is well today. Everything's going pretty well. I'm learning a bunch. About this. Hope you're doing well as well, Andric. I don't know how to keyframe. What? It has not. What? I'm gaining knowledge. How do I? It's just. What? What? I don't understand. I don't understand. There's nothing here. Hold on. File mode, simple, sliced, tiled. Sprite tiling mode appear correctly because the sprite used is not generated with full rect of sprite mode. Sliced. Simple. Sprite editor. Whoa, what is this now? What do I do with this? Trim. Wait. What if I key that? No, it didn't change. What is this? What? Order. I don't understand. In Unity, in Unity engine, how do I animate with a sprite sheet? Slicing the sheet in the sprite editor and organizing the resulting frames in the animation window. First, you need to prepare your sprite sheet. Import, configure import settings. Slice the sprite. Create an animation clip. Create a game object. Drag the first frame of your sliced spreadsheet. Oh. I just need the first frame of it. Discard. So I would go into sprites. And I drag the first one to the sprite test man. Maybe I remove this one. No, that's not it. Window animation. Create a new animation clip. In the project window, select all the desired frames for this animation by clicking the first frame, then holding Shift and clicking the last frame. Huh. That's how you do it? You're gonna have a controller. No, an animator. And you're gonna have the testman controller like that. And then it said I need to missing. I can remove that. So these are the moving frames. Do I just like track all of them here? Brrr. Oh my god. What is happening? It's Drew Cool, thank you for the community subs. Oh my god. Thank you. I was like, did my I thought my my chat broke. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, thank you for that all community jobs. Thank you. Appreciate it. We even got a hype train. What the heck? What the heck? Appreciate you spending money on my silly little channel. Thank you so much. We deserve it. Thank you. What did I need here? I kind of forgot. This creates a new scene object. Track the first. No. We do new game object. Select in the hierarchy. In the project window, select all the desired frames for this animation by clicking the first frame, then holding shift and clicking the last frame. I can drop all the selected sprites directly into the dope sheet area of the animation window. Oh. Oh. I click dope sheets and then I click. Okay. And then using Unity automatically adds an animator component, adjust speed. Does it look like it's working? Where's Testman located? Is he, he's there, right? Like half through the floor. Boing. Oh my god. That's how I run. No. Okay, it said I can adjust the speed somewhere. Is it this one? Speed. Let's go 2, unless that's the wrong direction. That might be the wrong direction. 0.1. Oh god. Maybe it's not that. Man test. What if I just go play mode? There you go. Hi. Oh my god. Shining Go Cat. Thank you, DJ. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the 5 community subs. Appreciate it. How's it going, DJ? Hope you've been doing well. I'm so hyped. I'm gonna increase the animation speed for you. Thank you for the health check. You're good just playing some more frame right now. Ooh. I saw it got a whole trailer in the TGA. Let me do a big stretch. There we go. Let's slow him down. There we go. That's pretty cool. Still need to revisit that game at some point, Artie. True. I remember having a lot of fun with the low-key character who was like stealth oriented. And also the there was like an archer lady. It was fun too. And of course Rhino just tanking everything. That was fun. Choo-choo. You spoke in Spanish? You're fine, you're fine. I understand some of it. Bueno. Good. Imagino que mínimo. Thank you for the follow. Niño? Niño. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Marcos Design. I'm not sure what Deberia means, or is it queer? You were a fat old rhino main, Artie, stumping enemies any chance you got. Damn. I remember Rhino being super fun. There was also, was it like Mag? Kind of like this lady that was super powerful too, like mind powers or something in Warframe. Down. Remember getting his prime skin. What the heck is a heirloom skin? Is that like another? The music lady? Octavia, she was fun too. You're a zoomy ghost prime Jack. I think those were. Did I ever play Ghost? Name sounds super familiar. Your internet is not dying now. Yo, that's good. That's a great sign. What do we... So we got that. Helm screen is pretty good, though. There's only 3 right now. Rhino, Ember, Valkyrie. Oh, okay. A new addition to the thingy. It's pretty cool. I just realized some of the attacks are gonna be driven differently. Choo-choo! Hype train successful! What did we get? Whoa. I got this one. Wait. Her mind. Kinda cute. And if you're wondering, yes, the heirloom on Ember and Valkyrie makes her asses bigger. Now, did you just read my mind? His prime and prime signature weapons are getting walled at this point. Ooh. Don't they like sometimes bring stuff back from the vault? If I recall. Like sometimes. That's all you need. Every frame. Even the guys. Especially the guys. I'm thinking here. The sprites are gonna be running their own deal with the animation, but their weapons are gonna be controlled by not sprites, but by location. Unless that's also just an... Maybe that's a sprite animation in its own. Because, like, I could spawn this and just rotate it, but I could also just, like, play a sprite animation there. Maybe that could even be a different layer for the weapon. But they would play at the same time? What happens if I want to disable an animation? Or like hide something? I suppose for the sword it would have a state where it's not on. Maybe. I think we would go animations. Turns it into another? Right. That's what I'm thinking. We would have to do an animation not control. Wait. Depending, is the weapon a separate thing? No. What I need now is an animation clip. But I need it specifically for that sword, so how would I go about doing that? I have the enemy's right weapon. It is part of the enemy, so I think it would... Oh, let's stop the game for now. Right. I have the enemy selected. We're in the enemy animation controller, so all I need is I think a new animation. Create new clip. And this would be called Sword Swing. And it would take the weapon. Although I don't know if I can... New layer for just weapons? Right. I'll do the animation first, and then I'll do that. So I would need the transform. Is it the weapons transform and not the sprites? Yeah. Rotation. Is it my rotation? Let's go to the middle of that animation. Yeah, it's that one. So we currently don't have, I don't know how I would do directions though. That's my issue. I suppose we would do like an animation here. I'm sure there's a way to point an animation, right? Maybe. Maybe. Unless we just control the y axis of the anime. I don't know. Love that emote already made. Let's go minus 45 for the starting position. Minus 45. And then it's gonna end at 45. So it's gonna be a 90-degree arc. And I actually don't need that middle key even. I can just delete that. Wait, what? Oh, whoops, I put it in the wrong. Can I delete all keyframes in this one? There we go. Let's see now. And then I can adjust the speed. But I'll just keep it like as is now and just adjust the speed in the, you know, swing. I think this would also need the swing to accompany it. So I would need, I need another sprite. So I need to duplicate this. And this is going to be called sprite weapon. And this is going to be called sprite no, that's sound effect. VFX, visual effect. Is that how you type it? Huge even. God damn. That's huge. I need something. I need to make the sprite a little smaller. Let's try the same 1000 here. Where's the apply? Became too small. Let's try 500. A little bit more. 300. That works. That works. Did some screenshot in the game internal. Let me take a peek. Super quick. God damn. These look interesting. Thank you for sharing that, DJ. Appreciate it. Oh, that's the game screen. Hold on. I need to go here so I can edit this proper. So the swoosh whoosh whoosh effect is going to be rotated roughly this much. Or this one. Which one I like more? This one. And then ever so slightly lower. Is it lower? I can't tell. And then I think is that just gonna work now? Yo, look at that. Oh my god. That's the coolest thing ever. Now the visual effect, I'm gonna scale down. Wait, what? I'm gonna scale them a little shorter. Please forgive me, Artie. I might even duplicate this and flip this around and make this a little longer. Maybe rotate it a little bit. Maybe I should rotate the first one too. Let's see. Hi, shiny clothes. We love Unity Dev. Unity is pretty fun. Look at that crazy swing. Right, and then I would go into the animator. And we have sword swing. We would have a different layer for this. This one would be called weapon. And then I would bring in the animation of sword swing here. Like this. Like how this is looking so far. This is all placeholder art, so bear with me. But yeah, I'm just getting the systems down. So entry, we would have another state here. That's an empty state. It's going to be the default one. And we're going to make a transition into sword swing. And then a transition back, I think. New state. This is called sword swing. This is going to be called no sword. Swung. Hold on. I can't type. No sword swing. No, let's just call it no sword, because that's supposed to have no sword at all. It's going to spawn in with the sword swing. And over, it's kind of hidden here. Maybe I can I bring that up? You can see the animation starts a little late because of this upper bar here. Oops, I moved too close and away from my mic. I think it's that whole transition time. As exit time. No, it's giving me an error. Transition needs at least one condition or an exit time. Where do I add the condition setting? Condition. Is that a parameter? Yeah, it is. Our condition is attack 1. How do I edit this? Fixed duration. Interrupting source, none. How do I... With it being a trigger, it will hop over and come back. Oh. So it would need a different type. Settings. Interruption source. Transition, normalize start time for the next state at 0. Transition duration, is it 0? Yeah, I think that's what I need. Just set that to 0. And the condition to coming back is, yeah, I was thinking maybe just do Boolean because I I can't do it there. Bool. Let's say attack. Let's just call it attack. I'll remove this one for now. Attack. We're gonna go back when attack is false, and I'm also gonna have no exit time and also transition duration is independent of state length. Transition duration 0. And then we're gonna change this to attack true. Right. Okay. I see an error. Controller enemy animation control transition in state no sword uses parameter attack 1. Does it? Or just clear that. Maybe that was like the error I already had. But I fixed it. It's fine. Now I don't remember, did I need a weight on this? No, I think 0 weight. Override. Additive. If I hit play, actually, there's nothing that hides it here. Was the error? Okay. So the motion here should be, I think I need to make an animation. That's called sword off. And that's gonna take the weapon is active, maybe? I don't think I'm using it for anything else, so I could toggle it active. Unless there's a sprite one too. I kind of need to do all of it. I could try is active. No, it is not active. And the motion here is gonna be sword off. I think it needs to toggle it back on though. Thank you for the help, Chick DJ. Let me stretch. Yeah. One quick solution I can think for this is we would just key it on the other animation. So sword swing would also key at the beginning. It could just key. How do I edit this? Do I have to click on the enemy? Yeah. And then I go sword swing, add property, weapon is active, and then I just make it active. I have to save this. Let's see. Yo, you see that? No, it spawns in. Pretty cool. Transition duration. Actually, I think that needs to be 0. No, it still doesn't start at the very beginning. What happens if I want an instant transition? Let's just do that. Yeah, that's what I do. Oh God. There we go. Now we need something that toggles that. So we go back to the enemy. We're gonna need state stuff. Let's add it here. We're just gonna do a serialized protected animator. And then it's serialized, so we're just injecting it ourselves. Let's go to the attack update. And in the attack update, that's the attack code that does the attack check now, so we can just do that before it. So we can go animator dot set bool. Sets the value of the given Boolean parameter. And it's gonna be attack true. We kind of have to wait here a little bit. Or does it just work like that? I mean, it's just gonna attack and then leave. I suppose in the exit statement, it should go back. So we copy this, and right before leaving, I'm gonna set that to false. Let's see if that works. I'm not sure. It's not working. I forgot to set the reference. Give it a sec. I click the enemy, and then animator is just gonna be grabbed from itself. Let's see. It's not giving me errors, but the animation is also not working. For some reason. If attack is true, it goes there. Maybe it's the weight. Maybe this needs some weight. Or do I have to transition states? Mask. Let's try weight 1. Oh, there we go. It disappeared. Yo! He's attacking. Yeah, yeah. He's doing it multiple times now, but hey, it's working. Yeah. I don't know how to change the direction of that though. Because I could have a float here probably. I can have a float here, but I don't know if I can directly affect the rotation of an animation. A cycle offset speed. Oh, I should probably make the sword swing, not loop, at least. Sword off, that also doesn't need to loop, I think. Yeah, the other sprite is this walking there, because I wanted to see how this, like the tiling works and all that. But yeah. I wonder if there's a way to affect one of the keyframes in the animation. So I could determine the angle. Can I make that faster too? Wait, hold on. That would be in here, speed. It would have to be faster, so we can go like 3 times. Let's see. Something that comes to my mind is, what if at the end of this animation it would just call something? I wonder if I can do that. Like, also conditions. That's transitions. I don't know what this box here is. Add behavior. I could add a whole script here. Is that for making a state machine inside Unity, probably? Parameters here. Right defaults. Whether the animator state writes back default values for properties not animated by the animation in clip or blend tree. I could it have just played that and come back? You know? So the exit statement from that would be as exit time. It's just 1. Maybe that's what could do it. Let's see. Welcome back, RD. No, now it's not even doing that. Okay. Zero. Interruption source. I guess it's not going away because that's like literally the only condition it's gonna have. We can't have anything else here. I would love to have it so that it's like either it runs its course or reset it to false. Can we make another transition? There's no triple layers there. This one would have exit time. Maybe that should work. Let's see. Double conditions. Oh no. Boing, boing, boing. Why is it looping back so fast? Is it? I guess because it's like set to true. It's a windshield wiper. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Bum, ba, ba, bum. Is it because this is messed up? Wait, none of them now have the... What? I don't understand how this works. What is this exit duration anyway? Transition offset 0. Why are you all the way up there now? What? But if I do that, then there's no sort at all. I don't understand. Maybe going double was no good. No bueno. That's working as intended. But it is looping it, which is the problem. It's only supposed to do it once and then return. But I think we're staying too long in the state. That's why I think the trigger may have been better, so it just flings itself and comes back, maybe. Maybe. I'm gonna try that. No, but this won't. Can it trigger itself off? Tag trigger. No. What's the difference between those two? We got looping on the clip? No, neither one of them. Sword off and sword swing don't have looping. I guess the animation preview here kind of like fast forward shows it though. He's just going bum, 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 bum. If I click this one, there's nothing. But I guess that's how the exit should be anyway. Basically, I want the sword swing to happen, and then I just wanted to leave that state. There would be two conditions for leaving that, and one of them would be, I guess, self-exit time. There's two transitions here too. I don't know what the difference between these is. Like there's transitions up here and then there's this. If I add exit time, then it created this super weird behavior. It just kind of stays there now. It keeps triggering it, but it doesn't stop. It's somehow stuck in that place. If I remove exit time, then it does that. Interruption source. Next state, do I have to use that for some of these? No, that didn't really do anything. Current state. Transitions. speed. The animation shouldn't be left there. It's like just somehow. Is it there because my. Right, it's just following the Boolean. I guess the exit time tick happens way too fast. So I would either have to like time those together or do something else. Too bad I can't zoom in on that. Only when outside of play. Swing, swing. You know what? I think this might be a good spot to end, actually. I have been streaming for 5 hours. But, I definitely do want to do one more of these at least next week. Before I take a little break for the winters. We're going to do at least one more dev stream. And probably some kind of winter special. And stuff. I don't know what else. But I'll post the thingy again on whenever I post those thingies. Monday usually. Thank you for the head pat. Appreciate it. Let me quickly change my monitor. We got a lot of stuff done and figured out like how to proceed from now. Animation or animators are probably the way to go for the attack animations. There we go. Hi. You did good work. Thank you. Your help is appreciated. Let me mute that and. Hi. And we're back. Don't know anything about dev, but you're working well. Oh, thank you. I also don't know anything about being a dev. Things. Welcome to Things. Last time on Things. Happened. You got ideas, but no coding knowledge. I think part of the problem is I actually never really used these, like the animator. So I kind of have to go with the basics, you know. That's fine. Gotta start somewhere. Okay. Oh my god. Both Ketchup and S'more are streaming. But I think we will be raiding S'more because S'more doesn't stream as often, so it's more rare that we get a chance to raid S'more. Thank you guys. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the week. Thank you for hanging out. It was a blast. I'll see you guys again next week. But yeah, on Twitch side, we're gonna raid I Has S'mores. So be nice to him. Okay. I'll catch you guys next time. Take care now. Bye. Bye. Ah. Thanks for watching.